Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Rickety Railway, Tubjo, Neo Contra, welcome. We're back in our Republic, seeing if we can make it through winter after we noticed our heating issues. They should be solved for now, but that was kind of scary. Seems like we do have spare heating capacity. I'll still build the other heating plant. I don't want to mess with heating. I don't want to skimp on heating, basically. It's cheap, it just runs on coal, keeps people warm. It's good. It should be. Are we done here? Looks like it, sort of. I guess so. No, the road is not done yet. Still getting work done. How are you feeling being back in the Workers and Resources? I'm feeling okay. As long as I don't overdo it where I stream Workers and Resources twice every day, it should be okay. At least I think it will be. So yeah, just gotta keep it a bit calmer, I guess. Maybe not overdo it as much. Okay, you only have one-way storage right now. 2 8-hour streams per day now confirmed. That's exactly what I said wouldn't happen. Sports enjoyment is still high, culture enjoyment is still reasonably low. We do need more orphanages, I think. Keep the population growth high. But yeah, maybe we had a heating death spiral. Maybe that happened. Maybe that's what has happened. Man, bus stop takes up so much space. 200 people. And there's more people that can fit into this area than the bus stop. It's kind of crazy. Workers on a Sunday. Whoop whoop. Hello, Sancho. Welcome. You sound not good. Are you okay? I think I'm okay. I seem to have a little bit more of a raspy voice, but I'm not sure why yet. So we will see. I was out in the city yesterday, like I said. So who knows, maybe I caught something. But it shouldn't go that quickly. At least I don't think it would. I don't know if I like that. Oh, that might be nice. Have to find a way to make this look nice. do we relocate the grocer? Because this stuff also needs to move. It doesn't need to move, but I want to remove the footpaths, put it on the road. I guess we could also just leave the extra space and put some trees down along the road, which I guess would be nice. Are they not? Okay, you should be able to bring some workers here. Come on. Jesus, that's like barely able to not make it. What the hell is going on here? Why are the workers not getting there from this location to this one? Why is it taking so freaking long? What are you doing? It worked like for most of it. Why are you picking stuff? Oh, you're picking stuff up in the power station. No, that's not correct. That is the wrong approach. That's like one of the reasons. Oh, you're all picking it up from the power station, huh? That's not making it. That's not making it. That would explain it. Not sure why it was able to do it first, though. Okay, that should make it now. Should be close enough now. I guess I could also build a large tram stop, which counts as 2. Not mess with 2. Well, I do want to separate the passengers, though. I do need 2 smaller tram stops to make that work the way I want it to. What if the whole tram stop is contained in this area and doesn't have any exit other than the same entrance? I think that one would also be okay. So we'd have to bring the road along here. So this would then just loop around and connect back into the existing road. That means we're taking up a lot of space here, which is kind of what I didn't want to have happen, but I'll have to free up the area, see what we can do. We'll get rid of everything. Right now we don't need the bus stops anymore because it's all being handled by the cableway cars for the moment, but in the future we'll have 2 tram stops to provide the space for the passengers and students to walk to places, so they can accumulate in the in the stops themselves, and then walk to the correct building afterwards. Okay, looks like this is done. Bit of a waste storage. That fire station is reasonably close, I think, to the heating plant. It should be alright. Okay, lost about 1,000 people. Not unexpected. Population drop should stop soon if it hasn't already. Yeah, we'll get rid of the indoor pool. That means during winter there would be no facility right now where they could get sport, I guess. But right now the outdoor sports facilities at least are available. I could also change this area into a sports area, I guess. Just not enough room. That would be crazy having that large building here. That's way too large. Way too much. But yeah, we'll make room and see what we can fit here. Maybe the tram station will just be on this side and going straight up. I guess that would be the easiest way, having the tram station here. I'll have to get rid of the kindergarten. Maybe we'll place the kindergarten first. Replacement. Put like 2 kindergartens here, I guess. Sure. We'll build that up temporarily with a dirt path. Get one kindergarten set up. The other one might change a little bit. I'm not sure yet. But once that one is up, we can also remove the kindergarten. Let's see what we do. This waste storage is finishing up. A bit of a queue is fine. A bit of a queue is fine. I'm telling myself. That might not be fine, but I think it's fine. They have nothing to do at home. There's no TV or radio that they need to get to. They can stand around in the queue for a bit. That should be alright. Yeah, no more crops here. The crop distribution for refueling vehicles is done from the main crop storage, which is the one for the food production. That makes the most sense. Watching the city being built during breakfast. What did you have for breakfast, or did you just jump straight into streaming? I did not have anything for breakfast or lunch today, because I overate for dinner yesterday, so I skipped lunch and breakfast. I'll eat in the afternoon during my break. But I didn't want to eat anything right now because I had too much yesterday evening. Or afternoon, rather. Hello, 16-hour naps. Welcome. Okay, no more waste storage here. Accessible. I think we'll turn this thing off now. Okay, no more people allowed here. Get out of this. This is spewing out too much pollution and killing people. You're not allowed to be in here anymore. We'll tear this building down now. It's like reworking our initial area. Needs to change a little bit. Now upgrading the road to the hospital could be a bit of an issue in case there's a fire. But I guess we'll still do it. I will do it bit by bit. First laying bricks and then putting the sidewalks in after. You know what? No, this one doesn't need to be here. Because we'll get rid of these footpaths, since we now have footpaths on... We now have footpaths on the road itself. These footpaths will have to change. Why is there so many people at the shopping center here? What the hell? What's going on? Why is everyone in this shopping center specifically? They sell Labubus everyone wants to buy. Oh, they have a black market for Labubus? Or shut them down. That's the crime. That's what the crime is about, I guess. City. No fun allowed. Yes. No, everyone gets the same amount of fun. That's what it is. Doesn't mean no fun allowed. It's just everyone has the same amount of fun. The same possibility for fun. Pretty sure I had waste trucks in this one. Huh. There are some waste trucks that are going and picking up waste on the demolition sites. I guess they're in here. I guess so. And you're still picking up workers from the wrong platform. But you're not using workers. You don't have a bus. Access fund detected, engaging electrical mode. No, it's a re-education program. We use some mind wipe. Hello, Mega Monkey. Welcome. Guess we're picking up a lot of shoppers, potentially at the tram stop here. Do we unload them so they check locally first? Get in, unload them so they check locally, and then, yeah. Okay, no, we do that. We do that. majority of people is checking for shopping opportunities in this area where we have the highest capacity, but it's still not enough. And then the overflow goes to the first tram stop, which is overloading the facilities over in this location, I assume. And they have no ability to reach the shopping center here, which I guess is the problem. If they could reach this one, then maybe it would be less of a problem. Because then it could balance itself out. That would do it. Let's do that. You know what? This has to be redone because this footpath is gonna go away. So noisy. I was correct. Get rid of this bit. A bit more. Okay, now it works. Sure. Hello, George Rockland. Welcome. Interesting. Okay. Guess we'll make this a sports area, not a cinema. Culture is still going down though. Where's the lowest culture enjoyment? I think you just have low culture enjoyment because you... No, you didn't recently move in. Your culture enjoyment is terrible. From this area you could reach the House of the Culture Hall, so... Passengers are allowed to wait in this cableway station, but they're not being loaded. And from there then they can reach this area. I guess there's not even a tram stop here, huh? No, there is one. But no one's allowed to wait at it. Cancel that. No passengers. Passengers can wait at the tram stop. That'll do. This should have everything in range. Passengers and students, I guess. I don't think we normally pick people up from that stop. Try and find whatever you want locally first, and then go to the other tram stop if you can't find what you need. Same for the students, although there shouldn't really be any school nearby, so they'll either get picked up by a tram or walk to the other tram stop. Although students aren't allowed there. They shouldn't really be allowed here. I guess we can balance them out a bit, sure. I guess that'll do. If it's that situation with people arriving here by tram, then they should now be able to drop off into the shopping center as well. Seems like that's happening now. Should be balanced a little bit better. Lots of work to be done. But that was one area with the culture being really low. These two houses. Quite terrible, but the rest is okay, I think. 80 and 88 is a little bit low, but yeah, maybe a cinema wouldn't be the worst. 77, 75. I think we need a cinema here. Yeah, let's build a cinema. Cinema, sports, indoor pool. Could also do a sports hall, I guess. I like the indoor pool more visually. Didn't even build a gravel recycling facility. Can they get here in time? Yes, okay. So that will finish that waste storage. Okay, no more students and passengers here right now, because that one doesn't go anywhere. This one is sort of a dead end at the moment. It probably caused a bunch of unhappiness. I mean, we will have the tram route for sure. How do I do this with the setup here, with the dirt roads or bypass roads being really close to an existing setup? Oh, that way. I remember. Can't go past the footpath, huh? Okay, interesting. Didn't realize wasn't allowed to go past the node. There's also culture. And some people can't get to this, huh? Well, at least they're saying they can't get to it. Oh, it's a little bit too busy, I guess. A cinema would be a lot more worker efficient, and this is mostly intended for attraction purposes, not as a culture building. So yeah, we'll set up a cinema. This will also alleviate the stress on the museum. Yeah, in the beginning when I thought like the hospital would be really important, I made that a central piece to the housing complex. And it is sort of important, but the most important building for our case with the high pollution is the orphanage. Because we don't care about healing people as much as we care about making sure that their offspring stays alive. Fancy, very fancy. I should just accept everyone here. Yeah, sure. Everyone is allowed into this university, so everyone can take a tram ride to it. That's okay. Because we're sorting people by their existing education progress. And the rest will just have to wait. And I guess one of these houses could be... I think this is okay. 55% loyalty. We have some people with already existing education. Over 50% loyalty waiting to move somewhere until they need it. That's good. That'll do. Bus platform loading 2 waste wagons at a time, very efficient. Do you have workers or passengers transport in the city? Yes, we have a metro. We have a tram, I mean. We have a tram line running around. Main passenger terminal, passengers, students, workers, and unloading on a different stop, so we have more capacity than it looks like. Way too many students, but that I guess can't be helped unless I get more trams for students. There's also some tram lines bringing workers to the production area. Steel mill, rail construction, rail vehicle production, road vehicle production for export, rail construction. Things like that. And a loop for the tram line around the outside. And currently planning one to also go into the inside, since we'll have a train platform here, and people will probably get unloaded in this area to walk to the rail platform. What if I put the passengers over here? Drop the passengers in here. No. If I do that, then they're not gonna get picked up. That would be a bad idea. So if you want food or anything normal, I mean, you should have everything you want in the local area before you get to the platform, so it should really only be people who want something that doesn't exist. Or something, I guess, that might be overloaded. Yeah, sure, use this as a platform. And these passengers will be sent to the train platform as well. And then they don't get to wait here anymore. So the trams unload the passengers now and they walk to the train platform and see if they can get what they want in that area instead. Several stations, that's interesting. Yeah, I thought the stations don't have enough capacity for what I'm planning, and I didn't see a need to make the large tram station have enough as well. Plus I wanted to separate the orders, so I just set up multiple stations. And it also looks like a little bit of a tram what's it called in English? I will have to look that up. It's just called a bus station. No, like a large collection of bus stations is what I mean. Hot dog? What was it? I was thinking of Busbahnhof or Straßenbahnhof, which is not just a stop, but like a whole accumulation of multiple stops in one area. That's what I was thinking. Oh yeah, a tram hub. Hello, Diego. I guess that works. Welcome. Why is no one bringing alcohol to you? I thought I set you up. I guess not. Central Station. Oh yeah, Central Station. Central Station. Tram Central Station. Which is, I guess, the... Well, it's the main... the Hauptbahnhof, I guess. Terminus? No, Terminus is wrong. Terminus is like a one-way train station, I think. No, you. Well... I'm not the one running around with studded slicks, so I don't know what to tell you. It's common for some of the lines to start and at the main station hub. Yeah. But a terminus, I think, has a different meaning. I was just thinking terminus is like not a run-through bus station or train station, but a terminus is one where they go in one side and have to come out the same side again. Basically, this is a terminus because the lines terminate here. It's a terminus station. This is not a terminus station. They go in one side and come out another side. A terminus tram stop would be weird. Because they can't turn around. Well, I guess it would work, right? If you make a tram stop that is only a single tram road, they go in and then they go back out and onto the road, but at the other side. That would be kind of cool. Would be a more space-efficient tram stop. I'm not sure if we're going to finish the replacement indoor pool in time, but we're working on it. I upgraded them and now I'm tearing them down again. After that road is gone, we should be able to fit the replacement indoor pool here. Maybe plan for the cinema as well. Still pretty low. I mean, normally they would go to a shopping center and then from there go to the cultural building, so I don't think the change to the cableway car would have made much of a difference. Not the horse ones. They're going to cause too much trouble. Whole district getting renovated. How's inflation doing? Did it go crazy? Inflation is just doing its normal thing. It is going up. So that's always the trend you're getting. Factor of 1 to 40, I guess. $40 equals $1. Maybe 1 to 30. City for Mega Monkey. Yes. Hello, Dynamic. Welcome. Don't think we can fit an orphanage in here. I think that would be asking for too much. Maybe one more orphanage right next to the train platforms. Although I wanted to have more housing up here, since it's relatively safe from pollution. I need more waste trucks, I think. Get some waste trucks into the demolition office. Okay, next road upgrade. I guess we can do the one going this way as well. I won't have a road connection here, but I don't think that's as important. because they can just drive in from the other side. Main goal is to make sure the fire trucks can go out. And that is achieved. Once the road is gone, we can set up probably the indoor pool and the sports hall. Cinema was more... Indoor pool and cinema. We'll have a central area for sports at some point. Winter sport. But this was supposed to hold the cinema. Sure, build it up. Probably not gonna have a waste storage in range. We don't have waste storages at all. And I guess we'll set a couple up on this area. Technical service. All these residential buildings don't have a waste storage, I guess. Yeah. Probably demolished the one that they had. We're getting one now. Now I'm waiting. Now I'm wondering if I should just build them here, which would make a lot more sense. I'll have a couple. Maybe not this one. We'll see. Yeah, that'll do. I think that'll do. Waste truck production for now. Any more road crane replacements we need? I think these have already been served. And the horse carriages will just retain their horse carriage cranes. Should be going a lot faster now with the additional waste trucks. Once they arrive. Happiness going down is a bit, I don't know, not great. It must be the culture. And it would be the sport during winter as well. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. The rest looks okay. Just this housing complex lost its waste storage. I'll be back soon. Excellent. More waste storage for the whole area. Whatever we hook up to the road here, we'll be able to store waste in this location. Not planning on reworking this area. But the location with the courthouse, I'm not sure. That one could see a rework. Maybe that one could be Old Town. Maybe that one will just stay gravel. today in MegaCity 20 yet then? No. It's gonna stay MegaCity 19. 19th century MegaCity. Hello, no long life. Welcome. I'm a bit worried about the population. Maybe an additional orphanage does have kind of priority, huh? Since we're slowly bleeding population dry. Two orphanages up here. Who would work in them though? The existing buildings? I guess it would work. Sure. No. No tram tracks. That is stupid. So it would be in range of some houses. More houses could be built up here. Workers for the orphanages. Really need to keep one city going for more than 10 years? One day. One day. Yeah. Do not forget about the balconies facing inwards, because that's where a little bit of a park area will be. Just a tiny one. And I guess we will not have the housing facing the train tracks directly. We'll build it like this. I think that'll make sense. Wait, why can this one clip so much into the building? Interesting. Do I care about having a waste storage for all of this? I kinda do. So I guess this footpath here will be removed. No, that wouldn't leave enough space anyway. Maybe the sports facilities have to move. Okay, I think that'll do. Some spare housing up here. I think the heating should be enough. Yeah, should be okay. I mean, it depends with the maintenance of the heating plant, I guess. It's at 60%. That has some more capacity. 2 orphanages, 3 residential buildings. We'll see if it can handle all of that. And the people from this area will go to a local shopping, like a grocer. They'll be serviced by the same facilities that are handling these 3 flats here. So I guess we'll have to let passengers wait here now. And the other ones can't get to that, but they can get to the train platform, and from there they can reach a lot. And the train platform has tons and tons of capacity. The one we have selected 600 people. Before that runs full, it's gonna be some time. Yes, we're dumping all the passengers here that can't go anywhere, but should still be okay. Okay, that was weird. Not sure why you're complaining about not enough wardens. It's balancing oddly. Looks like this area has been cleaned up. So I'm thinking just 2 tram stops. Something like this. We'll change the other roads so the lantern is on the outside, so it's not as cramped. Yeah, and then we have our tram stop here. They can take over what the bus stops were doing before. And I think that'll be alright. We also need to make sure we have the ability to get footpaths through here, but they can just walk around, I guess. I don't like that idea though, so I would like to have a little bit of space here. For there to be a footpath. That'll do. And then we can run a footpath through this area. And they can walk out, go across and walk in to the other stop. And the indoor pool, of course, didn't complete. So no one's going to be able to do sport during winter time right now. Well, that's okay. We can set that up for next year. plus the cinema. I think the cinema might not exist that way. Oh, we can put a sports facility right next to it. We're gonna shift the cinema over a little bit. Make it not too cramped, but we'll put a sports facility here. So we got our indoor pool. We'll put a sports hall here as well. And it'll be rounded off with a cinema. Building that first. Some other infrastructure's in the way. It's a footpath, you're supposed to connect to it. So indoor pool, cinema, sports hall. I guess we'll work on that too. Maybe a residential building nested in behind all of this. Would be quite a busy place to live here. And get that started too. Kinda want the big monuments. Probably don't have those yet. Happiness is dropping a lot. What is with the population decline? Need to start on getting the $1 trillion, billion. No, we don't need dollars. What we need is population stability. We're running out of people. 8 people waiting to move into their own flat. No more students. No more students with finished studies, I mean. Must be the missing indoor pool during winter right now, but I think for next year we'll have an indoor pool and a sports hall that can alleviate some of the sports demand that people are having, and maybe that'll help. Should be able to finish that in a year. Let's finish up the tram road. Also need a tram connection on that end, but that shouldn't be too hard to do. I don't know if I'll have the tram connect around as well. I don't think I need that. I mean, it could be done later, I guess. We haven't had any complaints about lack of food or meat from the grocers. We don't get any warning from the shopping centers, because if I turn that on, it's going to complain about no electronics available. And I don't want that information. I'm going to ask see if that could be part of a patch, maybe. But maybe that will cause issues if people have a warehouse connected. I don't know if they can sell directly from a warehouse if it has 0% ton storage in the building. I think it needs some storage capacity in the building, because they need to move it from the warehouse to the shopping center first. Otherwise, maybe that's a way to bypass the transfer limit, if they can sell it directly. Look at that train of 108 years old and still running, barely. Shunting train. That one went on for quite a while. That's a lot of cash. Yeah. Like I said, the amount of money we have doesn't buy us that much. Food, alcohol, clothing, we make ourselves. Fabric is imported. Meat, chemicals, and electronics are also imported. But we don't have to make everything if we can import it cheap enough. Hello Zadlier. Welcome. There's no one even in that second kindergarten. Interesting. Oh, we got 3 kindergartens in this area. I mean, the happiness drop must be from the sports facility since it's happening close to winter. If this propagates throughout the year, I'm gonna fix the culture enjoyment, I think. You will never get electronics. I hope that's not gonna be the thing to kill the Republic, the lack of electronics. That's one thing that will never happen, no electronics. We'll just have to figure it out. We have to make the existing settlement more stable. Give it a little bit of an extension. Definitely more orphanages. And get the population growth stable again, because we do have enough room for people to move into. It's just our population growth is not keeping up with all that pollution. So more orphanages will have to happen before we stabilize the population count. The settlement should be, the city should be crammed full of people at the end of autumn. Then yes, it can lose people during winter, but it needs to be set up to have enough population before we worry about extensions, before we worry about another heating plant running. Otherwise, we'll just run out of population at some point. I don't know if there's like an area with very low happiness where we're draining people. This area, huh? 42%. No sports, no culture, no electronics. We're working on that. Should be done by next year, hopefully. But yeah, lack of sports. You're not getting electronics. I mean, this is mostly highly educated, it's all highly educated workers. So of course they want more electronics, but they're not getting any. Once the culture, once the cinema has been built, I think the museum will also be able to handle people better who just wanted an attraction building. But yeah, that's some work for this year. Children yearn for the mines? No, no mines in this yet. Everything is being imported raw resource-wise. We have no raw resource productions. Well, I guess we have biological waste, but that one isn't really a raw resource, I would say. Because biological waste sells for a bit of money in our republic. It's mostly fertilizer, but
If it was all pure biological waste, we would make a lot more money, that's for sure. A third of a million per ton of biological waste. That's why they yearn for the mines, because there are none. Right. I guess. I think the water should be fine. I did put water towers everywhere to help a little bit with the supply situation. So the water is pumped all the way to the water tower, and then the pipe size increases by 1 compared to what gets pumped in, and runs passively to the water substation. Because passively we can only really supply like half the amount of capacity than the pressurized pump could do. So I think a larger diameter pipe will just have enough throughput to supply the water demand in the area. Same way that the pipe would, except if we're running a higher volume pipe into a substation, but that's not going to happen. Streamer watching streamer. Yeah, it's streamer on streamer crime right now. Might not be allowed by Twitch. Streamers watching other streamers, I'm not sure. Overwatching. Aufpassen, yes. Okay, now I feel the hunger kicking in. I got another 4 hours before I can eat. I'm innocent until proving filthy. Wait. Yeah. I think with more orphanages we'll be able to stabilize the population growth, but it's looking pretty bad right now. This is looking like something happened again, because it crashed hard in October. These ones are running okay. These ones need more workers. These houses are not really filling up. Let me know when the orphanages are done so we can hook up food supply. I guess we could run a tram line through here as well. I want to redo this road. It looks so jank. That way the waste storage is still accessible. could let trams run through this building if I wanted to. I always liked that idea. It looked kind of cool, having the trams just go through. Unfortunately, it doesn't put tram tracks on the asphalt part of the building, but still, that the possibility to have that function is kind of nice. But for now, we'll work on the tram stops. I don't know if they need to run this direction at some point. It could be a possibility. Alleviate traffic concerns on this side. Not that there's a lot of trams running. I guess this is sort of modernizing the area. We're going from gravel roads to brick roads with sidewalks. That's the sort of modernization we're doing here. Okay, can I get some people running to the other orphanage? That's so far though. No, you'll have to do it. You'll have to run the orphanage. That's gonna cause a lot of shortages elsewhere though. But when you hit the population growth, get into the orphanage, make sure it's running. As long as the crime is being reduced, that's okay. But it needs more people. My god, this tiny shopping center. Put these at lower priority for now. Work on other facilities, work on the housing first. Because I don't think we can get people to work in these new orphanages reliably enough until we have housing set up. Plus they're causing traffic jams. So if one of the construction vehicles doesn't have anything else to do, they can send resources here, but they shouldn't focus on that as a priority. It's a bit of a nightmare. Also, traffic signs. know if I should write my current challenge as a public challenge mode on the workshop. I don't know. The challenge is very slow that you have. It's like you're spending so much time being able to just cut trees down in the first place where people can actually start building something. It's like intended for really, really tiny amounts of population and very, very slow growth. And it can't really be sped up. Unless I guess you started in modern times with modern lumbering equipment. Maybe that would make it more approachable. I don't know. There's probably a lot of people out there who would want that. Since people are looking for all sorts of things. I don't know. I don't know why I'm building more housing. Pause this. We need the population growth to kick back in. I mean, I'm building a housing outside of the area of pollution, which means they're a little bit more durable living here throughout winter with 72 years of life expectancy instead of 49. So that helps. Old habits with building new housing. I don't know, I was thinking there was maybe a good idea to have some people living on campus, which is why we have these houses already, and they seem to be doing alright. Like, these are assistant citizens here to live in the area and service the universities, basically. They're just here to make sure that the buildings keep on running. Because I'm trying to get as many highly educated workers as possible. Any student housing? Yes. We got one for 75% and over, and one for 55% and over loyalty. But I'm not leaving everyone in a student housing. I don't want a student housing just crammed full with people who might not work. I just want to preserve the most loyal people. The technical university is there to get as many people through as possible with the checkbox and make sure that most of the students do not wait on a tram or bus platform and lock the whole place up. So this is getting a constant stream of people through. And then we have a second university that is actually working without the checkbox to try and get as many people to push up the loyalty a bit. Like, people with high loyalty go in here to study, and people with somewhat low loyalty go also here to study. And that should be good enough. Morning, Commissar. May I have a Game Boy today? Hello, Merrimentus. Please follow me into this room. Yes. Do you want a Game Boy? Do you? I have a metal rod and a bicycle wheel rim. There you go. That's your Game Boy. That's your Game Boy. Fun for the whole family. I want the cinema and the indoor pool to have higher priority. don't build that. Otherwise we're gonna have 2 crossings. I mean, I have 3 crossings up here. That looks hideous a bit. I'm gonna get the one from the kindergarten to go away. But I guess we'll have a couple... that's okay. It's fine. There's not that much traffic. They can have footpath crossing after footpath crossing. Only electronics allowed are the western spy equipment. Yes. And the eastern spy equipment. Please follow me into this room. I think birth rate went up because the other kindergarten now has also some babies in it. But yeah, hopefully we can finish these buildings soon. Happiness is going up now that it's warm enough for the outdoor sports facilities to work again. Getting rid of the excess footpaths and making some more room. Building housing a little bit more closer together. We can definitely have some housing here later on. So close. I guess for the time being there can be a dirt footpath here so they can still clean out the waste storage. We need the indoor pool back, cinema, and an additional sports hall. We could pick people up from here. We're unloading them, they get sent to the train platform, and then we could pick up whoever waits here. Let's do that. That is stop 6 and 7. Yeah, we're already loading from this platform, so I don't have to change anything. 6 and 7, 7 is loading, yep. 6 and 7, 7 is loading, yep. Of course, it's also dumping people here from other tram stops that might not have any point going here. But I think the area has most of the attraction buildings that they could want. Especially once the cinema and the indoor pool are up. Might get a little bit busy. But we also have the ability to maybe build another couple attraction buildings in its range. Well, another indoor pool on this side. First, the orphanages need to run correctly. We need to stabilize population. It's yeah, I don't know what happened that year and why it's now trending downwards. No idea. I also wasn't checking the heating situation during winter this time. Maybe the heating situation had something to do with it, because there's only one worker in here. Actually, no, that's because it activates and deactivates right now. We're at the 18-degree mark. That's what's happening. We do have the alternative footpath. I will unassign you from the heating plant again, because now we can have workers from the residential area down in this area walk up and work in the heating plant. We should hopefully provide enough workers. Are we losing a bunch of people because I don't let them move in somewhere? I mean, we always have like some people who can't move in. And we're allowing basic education. And we're allowing higher education, 50% or below. So either it's uneducated people, which is unlikely, or it's people with more loyalty. Let's try this. I guess it's people with more loyalty, huh? Higher education, more loyalty. But at some point they will drop below 50% loyalty and then they would move in. I guess it just takes a while, and then they might already be old, so old that they can't have any offspring. Safely enough where it doesn't get wiped out by a pollution incident. Okay, well in that case I guess I'll have to find a place for more highly educated, loyal people to keep boosting the loyalty in the area. There's not that many more though. Yeah, this row close to the pollution area will not have any highly educated workers. These houses are struggling to maintain population. But that's the point. I guess we'll let them move in and work in the area that takes care of the orphanages, because that will just, in total, also increase population growth. We're not going to let the people with over 75% loyalty move in, because they need to really focus on education locations, schools and universities. But if you get less than 75 and you find no other place, you can move into these houses that help with the orphanages. That might solve it, I'm not sure. Looks like the construction vehicles are now focusing on those buildings. Where are the other ones? Like these ones. They could help. I know they're only supposed to do maintenance, and they got quite a bit of work to do. But I think right now they need to help with stabilizing our population. Let's do a quick check and see if I disconnected anything that might be exploding soon. Only one building over 40% wear and tear, Medical University, which is undergoing maintenance right now. So everything is still being maintained correctly, don't have to worry at the moment. And I did have it set to entire map when I checked that. Yes, all is well. Yeah, I think this is the right approach. Make more room for orphans. Get the population growth upwards. Jesus, completely empty. Bring in the trucks to help a bit. Mainly for transporting the bricks once we get to the next construction phase. They're doing fine with supplying the resources for the groundworks, but brick deliveries, the trucks are gonna get it done really quickly. We're already in May. Insufficient or polluted drinking water, 15 people. Excuse me? That is not an issue we were planning on. It's not a display for water tower. Okay, well I guess I can figure that out by placing one in the middle of nowhere and then seeing what shows up. Nope, only water facility as a filter. That does not help us that much. Why are there people with insufficient drinking water? Have I forgotten a water tower somewhere? Is there a house somewhere that's not getting any water? It would show up as a house with 0 water pressure, but the only things with 0 water pressure I have seen were buildings under construction. So everything is hooked up to the water grid somehow. Alternatively, there's a building with just too many people, and it's draining the internal water supply dry, but that's not the case in the shopping center here, which I think has the most people. I don't know. Or dirty water. Have I hooked up some water to a dirty connection? Oh god, that's gonna be hard to find. Is it in the industrial area? Because if people get dirty water from here, that could also cause that, I guess. Oh. Nope, that has clean water. I thought I found it. Oh, that's the output. No, that makes sense. I guess it would be an area with reduced health, but I don't think it's going to show up that well, because there's reduced health everywhere. No idea. I am not sure what's causing that. Oh, where it is, I guess. 21 people is like a small building. 63 people unable to visit a doctor. That is more concerning. Should be a temporary issue. Not affect them consistently. you can't get to the doctor's office directly. But from the tram stop you should be able to get picked up and dropped off at your nearest convenience. Last construction phase for the indoor pool and the cinema. The sports hall will have to be finished afterwards. The cinema is the highest importance, I guess, the highest priority. But I'll leave them both on high priority, just so we're ready for winter again. I guess this is a way to find shortages in water, because you can look at the water tower and see 200 tons or no 200 tons. So if there was insufficient water somewhere, this would be a way to maybe look at it. I'm not sure about finding out where the polluted water is. Substations should have 20 tons of water. That's the other one. A substation near zero would indicate not enough water for the people living there. Do we see any shortage? Because I don't see any. What has 7 tons? Manual pump. Well, I mean the electric pump. Manual as in not by passive water pressure from a tower. So I don't see any shortage by lack of water. Everything seems to be fully filled. It's flickering a bit, but there's nothing running on zero water. So water seems to be present in full supply. Everywhere. But the idea of finding 13 people that have a lack of polluted water, well now it's 34, that I'm not sure. I guess we'll go through the substations and see if there's any large amount of polluted water somewhere. Okay, first do the technical service. You're picking up water from the treatment center if you have to. That's okay. That is clean water. Any building that is having issues with no connection to water, sewage, or waste storage. The sewage treatment is showing up because it doesn't have any connection for water and sewage. Sewage goes in directly, and water... Why are you showing up? Because you're no... yeah, sewage connection. It does have a water connection, but it doesn't recognize that it has a sewage connection into itself, so it shows up on the technical service display. So all buildings seem to be connected. Which means that all buildings should be connected to a water substation. So if we go into the list of all buildings and filter by water substation, we don't have that many, so it shouldn't be too difficult to check them all. Let's go through one by one. Third one, clear. Fourth one, I should just check the color. Now let's be precise. Would be nice if it could show you the water quality in this view, in the table. It's all 99 or higher. So it's not... The issue is not connected to our water substations. I don't know what it is connected to. I think that display is incorrect, but it reduces people's health by 40%, which is dramatic. I wonder if it's connected to the people inside the vehicle repair stations. Because they don't show up as consuming any water. That's the only thing I saw. The water flow in the vehicle repair stations was 0. Train still hasn't been replaced, still chugging along. Hopefully it'll keep all the assignments. This train hasn't been running in the city since the beginning, but we migrated it to the city. This one was here for over 100 years. Good progress on the cinema, just a couple more brick deliveries. And we can set up the amount of workers to be increased, so they can finish the construction really fast. So many deliveries. Man, I forgot how small the capacity on the horses is. It'll take a while. Happiness went up, indicating that now that they can get to sports facilities, that yes, it is probably the lack of sports facilities during winter that causes problems. City's getting bigger, yes. But the population is dwindling, and I know it's the pollution, but I'm not going to get rid of the pollution. So we're working on an indoor sports facility again. Increased culture happiness, because that one seems to be getting a little bit low. And more orphanages. This look like a lot of buildings for 11k. It's not that much over capacity, but a couple flats are free. Mostly these are on the row where most of the pollution is, but like 3,000, 4,000 people maybe? Maybe not that many. I do have an issue with people complaining about polluted drinking water, and I couldn't find it. So far I've checked the availability of resources, which seem to indicate that water is everywhere, as in I don't see a water shortage anywhere. First I checked the technical service, make sure that no residential building is out of range of a substation. They would be highlighted in green here, you know that. Then I checked for, is there anything at 0 water, basically. That one didn't seem to show up either. And the last thing I did was check all water substations for water quality, and everything was at over 97%. Is treatment center new? No. One of them is new, I guess, but they're running a shared water supply. And they do have output storages that get used before it goes into the city, so there would be a shortage noticeable on those water tanks that supply the city with water. And that doesn't seem to be the case. I might have thought it was a sewage treatment. Oh. No. So yeah, there's like a couple people somewhere that are not getting water. And the only thing I'm wondering is that if it is the repair stations because they show up with 0 water consumption. But I have no way of proving that, I guess. Maybe I need to set up a test game and throw in a ton of repair stations with workers and see if they eventually start complaining about lack of water. But yeah, something seems to be causing lack of water. Or polluted water, but I couldn't find any polluted water. Can we go here and say residential and sort by issues? Nope, just electricity. Couple more brick deliveries and then we have our cinema. And that one will run with very few workers, providing a lot of culture, and should alleviate the strain on the museum, hopefully. Can you sort the residential by happiness? No. I don't think we can do that. Wait, why did that one not show up? I guess this one might have had a fire. Because we checked recently and there was only one building over 40%. So I guess the school had a fire. It's now at 48. Most of these people have issues with lack of culture and sport during winter. And we're trying to fix that again. Get back up to 62% happiness. Why are you complaining about a lack of a pub? That might just be the lack of the tram/bus stops. I'll try and let passengers wait here for the time being, I guess? No, that's a terrible idea. Where's the closest tram stop? There isn't one. That is not in walking distance. So this is their closest tram stop, I guess. Maybe this... Oh, wait. Maybe I have the culprit. Maybe it's this university. Because of the many students waiting for professors. Nope. It is consuming 1.5 cubic meters per day, but it does have enough. That one is not the issue. But this is where a lot of people are, consuming water. I should keep them on the tram stop so they stop drinking that much water, I guess. On a tram stop or bus stop, they would not consume the water. That's the last bit of bricks, and the cinema can finish construction. Only took half a year. Including footpaths and everything. And if they finish the indoor pool in time for October, when temperatures start dropping, and maybe the sports hall, then we'll also be set with providing sport during winter again. Alright people, go forth and get your culture entertainment in the cinema, because that one is a lot more efficient for that purpose. I will reduce the amount of workers in the museum, because that one will mainly work and serve as an attraction building, not as a culture building. That should help a lot. Afternoon, is it possible to see if any pipes have low pressure? Could be that the source of the water problem. I checked all the substations, and the substations were all with high water quality and no water issues. So what I did was I checked manually for resources, and there was nothing at 0 tons of water. That shouldn't be. There's some water switches at 1, but nothing is at 0 here. Everything seems to have water. And otherwise we would be seeing substations at 0. Hello Dragster, by the way. That's the view I'm using. We can check water pressure, but it doesn't really show that well. So I went for the water amount. I guess the buildings would flicker to 0% water pressure at this point if there's no water available. It's only the construction sites at 0 bar, nothing else. It is flickering the water pressure every little bit, I guess, but that's because they're sharing the water supply between 2 water sources with different water pressures, I guess. So this one's at low water pressure and this one's at medium water pressure, because this one has a higher water demand, so I hooked it up to a large water pipe with passive water pressure from the water tower. So some of these residential buildings have changing water pressures, I guess. But yeah, I don't think that's... I haven't seen any area where water pressure could be an issue. So either it's a building that's not working as it should, or there's somewhere where we have polluted water that's not supplied by a substation. Because we don't have that many substations. And I went through all of them and checked that. And they all have decent water quality. Unless I didn't check correctly and one of them doesn't. Which is always a possibility. Oh, I missed one. Well, they all seem to be correct. So I'm not sure what's going on. It could be an industrial area, but they're also supplied by water substations. Or they would show up in the technical service view of... I'm missing a connection. Nothing is highlighted in green here. Other than a waste storage, I guess. Wait, these are out of range, I guess. I need a technical service that is actually in range. Yeah. Oh, wait. What about you? You have enough water quality, but you're missing something. You're missing a waste storage. I guess for the brick production that's fine, it has a large internal storage. Doesn't need an external waste storage. We do have dedicated technical services in the area. I should check the ones that are within this space. Well, which one was it? This one. Looks alright. And where's the one here? This one. Also looks fine. This is water purification, so it doesn't have a water source because it's its own water source. Would be funny if it's a water treatment plant, if they're drinking from the wrong building from the wrong input. But that would affect way more people. Because we have 3 water treatment plants. Or is that... wait, is that about right? Maybe. Doesn't seem to be affecting you though. Or the people in the water well, I guess. If it's affecting them, then that could be a problem. If their health now suddenly drops. Didn't look like it. We've run out of bitumen, finally. It's been a long time. But now we can hook up the new bitumen storage. Just redo the pipe. We'll let it drain the last bit of bitumen. We'll get reminded to check again once the warning pops up. And at some point the container will be empty. Indoor pool, done. We'll have a sports hall up as well. Together with a tram stop here, we could run a tram route from the tram main platform to this station, loop it back around, bring it back, and then go through the end station. The end station is a little bit busy. That's from the traffic jam. They haven't really cycled out back out of the area. And because they're blocking themselves to the end station, it won't really happen that well. 50 seconds. This one's doing alright though. It's just the counterclockwise ones that are having an issue. There's already a problem with pressure in the city. Yeah, we solved that. Right now there's no issue with pressure. The issue was mainly with the water purification plant not supplying enough water. That was because I was using too dirty input water and it couldn't keep up with the purification. Yes. I guess the other orphanage buildings also need a supply of workers. I might be running out of people with a basic education if I'm trying to push for that many highly educated workers. Although our universities don't seem to be able to keep up anymore. Okay, try and get people with lower loyalty to run as professors inside the technical university to see if we can get a couple more citizens through. I don't want to have another catastrophe where our amount of higher educated citizens is dropping too low. It would be nice to have a residential building for highly educated workers in the area, so they have a really short distance to work. These are going to be orphanage buildings mostly, so they will accept any worker, basic or higher education. And we might assign them to work directly in the orphanage. Storage tank is empty. The warning can stop. We'll set up a demolition of a pipe and get the information once it's done. And then we can hook up the new storage tank. Until then, the asphalt plant will have to wait. Which means we can't... Can we build the pipe without asphalt? I think we can. Yes. Okay. Then it's fine. Otherwise I would have had to delegate some fluid distribution into this asphalt plant directly, but it can just take a bit of a break and wait. Population has not recovered a lot. It is looking better than last year though. This one was more gradual. This one is like sharp increase in population growth. Because of the orphanages now running with a little bit more focus. Maybe we'll get up to 13,000 again. That would be nice. We have 2 months left before the pollution starts kicking in. I don't think we're gonna get 1,000 people in 2 months. Not even our population should be able to manage that. How much did we get? Wait, I guess I can compare it to the previous years. Autumn. 12,000. 12,400, yeah. And then here when we had a pretty sharp increase. Autumn. 12,300. 12,800. So 500 people, 550. Not 1,000. But we also have more culture enjoyment, we have more sports enjoyment during winter again. And might be able to manage this now. Lots of people need to get their fix on culture enjoyment, but it should go up again, I believe. Starting now. There will hopefully be no decline. Health is just... is our lifeline. This is our cardiogram, I guess. Loyalty trending upwards again, very good. Alcohol addiction will hopefully start dropping now that we're providing sport and culture in higher quantity. We had a significant drop in sports availability when I tore down the indoor pool. But general availability for sport should be higher now, especially with the sports hall also finishing up soon. Still waiting for the tram stops to complete though. I wonder if there's a house somewhere on this map that people might have moved into that is still on the map. Like a residential building somewhere completely different. I don't think it's part of the scenery, but it might be. And they're keeping that populated. People are suffering with lack of water, but that would be weird. Right, sports hall is waiting on asphalt. Demolition done. New pipe connection is complaining about being under the road. Great. Then you will have to remove more pipe, I guess. I'm not sure if this will fix it, but it definitely needs to happen before an extension of the city. Because if we're just building more and more into the city, especially if it'll be in high polluting areas, it would just cause it wouldn't increase our population amount, because we can't keep the buildings filled that we already have. I think the 2 extra orphanages would probably be the best addition. But they shouldn't be necessary to keep the population numbers high. Yeah, keep these houses that work in the orphanage crammed with highly educated workers, I guess. Sure. Make sure the orphanages keep on running. We'll let them move in here too now. run the other orphanages. Oh, we gotta be careful with our loyalty situation, because I'm opening up a lot of houses for people with up to 75% loyalty, and we're not producing that many. Okay, I found a problem. I found an issue. Our school's overloaded. A lot of people are making their way to this school now. It hasn't caused an issue yet, but it's bound to. Is that because we've just pumped up the population growth so much? Oh no, we're actually having 33 uneducated workers. I need to let them move into a building on this side. In the area for... next to the school. If they grow up and they have no education, I guess they're allowed to move in here. Once that house completes. That is a problem. Insufficient staff and workers in the school, huh? Prefer students based on education. It'll slow it down, but it'll move people into the workforce more quickly. The people who already are close to finishing their education complete that, and they get moved into the workforce if they're over 21. Which should also help with this. Because presumably they're going to this school if they're struggling with getting enough education. We'll just run it with this setting. And then excess amounts can move into the building next to the large school. Oh, I think the issue is that I'm forcing people from this platform to go... No, I'm not doing that, never mind. I thought I unloaded students here. I guess I'm unloading a couple students. I think this should solve it, because people will grow up, get an education more quickly now and go into the workforce, and yeah, we don't need a full complement of people finishing their education inside the school. They can go to school up to the age of 21. They don't have to finish it by age 16. I just need to make sure we're actually getting people through and it's not being... the education isn't being spread out too much. Okay, and this connects. And that'll set up the bitumen into the asphalt plant again. Once it's done. And it does not need bitumen to get built, so... it'll finish, and asphalt to the other building constructions will start flowing again. Culture enjoyment here looks a lot calmer now. Should keep trending upwards, I think. Birth rate is exceeding death and escape rate. But not for the last years. Needs to be fixed. Maybe it is the maybe it is uneducated workers that are having a bit of a problem. Since I don't really have a building where they can move into. The whole city has it forbidden except for one building that's currently under construction. It doesn't really show up on my radar that well. Inner city tram route, and that can bring school children back and forth. I guess just finishing those 2 tram stops will help with that, because then they can reach the school by foot again. We don't need a tram route just for that. Yeah, they can't reach here with the existing cableway cars by foot. So that doesn't help. They get to this cableway station and then from here they try to go anywhere else, but it doesn't work. We need to get the students back onto these platforms. And that'll deal with the education issue. But yeah, no more uneducated workers because they got prioritized in the school now. So that's good. $140 people starving, where? Probably in this grocer. Sometimes that goes over capacity a lot, but everyone seems to be able to get food. It's just a bit of a waiting time. It's a lot of people here. Maybe a couple slip through. Oh yeah, that could be the reason. Everyone's getting food now. Don't have enough time for culture, but that's not my fault. You just went to the wrong shopping center. Wait, I did mess around with the footpath to one of these residential buildings, but I made sure it was still open. So that's not a problem. to remove the rest of this footpath and hook it up differently. Not sure where our excavators are. I guess there's one. Demolition though. Not doing construction work. Okay, we don't need uneducated workers moving in here. We got that under control, and we now know the reason. So it'll be fixed as soon as the new tram stops come online. That is such a low amount of workers in here. Is your loyalty so terrible? No, you do have decent loyalty. I guess it's just a fluke with the amount of workers arriving here in a wave, and it balances itself. That's okay. Yep. Any of the tram stops, once they're done, let me know. And then we can set the other school back to just allowing anyone to get an education without having to wait. Residential building is very close to that cinema, but there's still a footpath through there. Maybe we can focus on the orphanage now, with the residential building starting to complete here. And winter closing in. Maybe we can see if we can catch the fallout from winter when parents die and children are left to fend for themselves, put them under government care. Away from the heating plants. Next to the sewage treatment plant though. And the train platform, that's not in use yet. And population decline has begun. Mid of October. Had a lower total pop than last year. orphanages need to function better. Sports facilities have a lower priority because they won't finish right now, lack of asphalt, and even if they finish, it's winter. There wouldn't be any use right now. Just some steel, a couple mechanical components, and we got our new asphalt pipe. Indoor pool is going to get pretty busy because it's the only indoor sports facility for winter. But when the outdoor sports facilities stop working, and more workers will show up in the indoor pool. And hopefully also the sports hall. If not this year, then next one. But I think they're going to get the sports hall done by December. I have a little bit hope that it won't take too long. Actually, it's already November. I have no hope that the sports hall is going to be done this year. The orphanage would have more priority anyway, but I don't know if I should put it to high priority. I will. I think we can switch back to the other method. No, I'll wait until we have the tram stops up. This school can't handle that on its own. If it runs over capacity again, even if it looks like we're doing more. That one doesn't drop that much. Okay. Maybe the checkbox is really nice for this school. Can't get another footpath here. %1 happiness. You might have been a former prisoner, but doesn't look like it because your loyalty is terrible. Maybe you were waiting to get a university education. Or maybe you're just a child of a former prisoner. But all of our prisoners should have high loyalty. I don't know. I'm not sure why you had low loyalty at the age of 21. Maybe you didn't get a school education for the longest time and your loyalty dropped because of that. Or, I guess, no, you came from an orphanage. That's what happened. You came from an orphanage. We don't care about loyalty, just that you managed to join the workforce. So, people from orphanages have really low loyalty. Steel delivery here takes ages. From the steel vehicle production, open storage by horse takes a month. But it is happening. The orphanage will be done though. That's making good progress. One more delivery of steel. Like 12 deliveries of bricks, I guess, if it was trucks. So a ton more, 3 times more if it's horse carriages. And some boards. Now that the steel is done, those open hull carriages and trucks can also focus on the bricks and boards, which we should have available aplenty because we produce them in high quantity. We don't make sure this is always full also for export, but we have enough bricks for ourselves with the coal we're importing. Have the trams found their groove again? Looks like yes. Go back to variable spacing. And spread them out to the required amount. It's gonna be risky if we run another tram route through that end station, because if we have a traffic jam somewhere, it's just gonna get clogged up. And here's winter. Just bricks now. I guess the orphanage might finish the sports hall, not during winter. Still waiting for the asphalt pipe. That one needs 2 more deliveries of steel. One if it's done. Oh no, single horse carriage has enough. And the construction will probably continue in December. And I don't think that's going to be enough to finish the sports hall, but for next year it'll be here. The brave little indoor pool is trying to service as many people as possible. Doing a good enough job for now. And yeah, happiness is back up to 61%. Culture enjoyment, I think, is very slowly climbing up. Should be going up again soon. Right now they might have trouble going into the sports facility, not getting enough done in time, and then don't visit the culture building. Brick is also a bit far away here. got 100% wear. Why aren't you getting replaced? Are you one of the older ones I bought at some point that doesn't have a replacement vehicle? Vehicle by wear and tear, please. Should definitely be getting replaced. Maybe that's just too much work, and you don't find the free time to just get thrown out. Doesn't look like the case. And I guess that hasn't happened for any other vehicle yet. Maybe we just had a really, really long trip. Tons of Roosevelt and one horse carriage, which is probably going to be... Oh no, you're the first one to arrive. That means we just have to wait for the trucks. We're just still waiting based on horse carriages, but that's okay. We'll have to assign the orphanages to food supplies. Doesn't have to happen by truck, I don't think. Like the DO Center East supply should not have to take care of orphanages, because that's not a supply that has to happen very quickly. Truck's got more important things to do. All resources present. Up the amount of workers locally, so we don't have to wait for horse carriages or buses to carry workers to the area. And once it's done, assign the food supply. And then we have to at some point consider the fact that we need to spread out the actual tasks, because the amount of assignments per office are getting a little bit low. So we could tell one of them to only do the orphanages and maybe the prisons, and then unassign those from the other buildings. Orphanages, prisons, and maybe one shopping center or two. Higher education back up to 43%, went up by 1% since last we checked. Was it 70-30? 80-20. Well, these ones also have different textures. Oh, that way I guess I could color the buildings that are doing the same thing with the same color, huh? That'll help a bit. So now all the distribution office vehicles, horse carriages, buildings that are servicing citizen supplies are in red. And we got two buildings who aren't doing anything right now. Could also start with them. Setting up a new distribution office and slowly phasing out the assignments for the existing buildings by assigning them to new ones. Which would be the safer way to do. And I think that's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna disconnect any of the existing facilities. Might be too much. Extra orphanage, more children, meaning all of these children got saved and we didn't lose them. Any child in an orphanage is a child saved from a loss for the Republic, basically. Which is really good. And now during winter, when the deaths are a little bit more numerous, finishing the orphanage up was pretty good. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. Now, it would be useful if we actually got food in here. I'm gonna bring meat and clothing first and food last, but that's okay. Oh no, I spoke too soon. This time they actually brought food first. Or, with one of the earliest deliveries. Okay, we'll set up a horse DO. For orphanages and prisons. Eight horse-covered wagons, 2 ice wagons, and then we'll see what we need to balance out of this. I think these were the horse feeder assignments from previously, which makes sense. Food, meat, and clothing. Don't need anything else. Assign the orphanages first. And then the prisons. And I think that's all of them. So we got 2, 4, 5, 6 orphanages right now, up to 7 once the other one finishes construction. And we got 2, 4, 5 prisons. 7 orphanages, up to 8 soon. 2, 4, 6, 7. It's only 7, huh? 2, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, 7 total. 6, 1 under construction. And 5 prisons. Loyalty 1, 3 smaller ones, and a large one. 5 prisons, yeah. So that would deal with all the assignments, and once the horse carriages have arrived there, we'll unassign those facilities from the other assignment buildings, freeing up a lot of space. And so we can slowly start specializing our distribution officers with the horse carriages. That is excellent. Asphalt is now coming back too. The sports hall finally received some. Can continue its construction. Oh no. No, 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 no. What's going on? No, please. More workers here. Tram stop. Tram stop. How about a heating plant to make sure the heating plant is filled? Then you go to the tram stop. How about that? It's not too bad yet, but yes, it also is having issues. Okay. Looks like it's stabilized. We'll leave it that way. The other heating plant... Okay, we're at 70%. Well, sometimes. Once we have a lot of workers, then we're basically at the limit of that heating plant. This one... Still not getting enough workers because we didn't really force assign people to move into that area. I was considering doing that with one of the buildings in this area, making sure they walk up and service the heating plant before trying anything else. Just in case. We don't need a heating problem. We can skip that for now. Yeah, if this one undergoes maintenance, that's going to be a problem. If it's over 70%, which we will only find out once we have a reliable supply of workers here. It's bouncing up and down a lot. I don't want to have to build a auxiliary small heating plant like we did in the southeast, which helps alleviate the heating stress. It works quite well. It does throw out a lot of pollution though. But maybe that's the way to solve it too. Just more heating plants everywhere. Maybe a heating plant on campus, right here. We can remove that road. Get that built nice and orderly. There we go. That looks better. You're in a hospital. Good. Happiness is better. We have more capacity for orphans, which means population growth should keep going up. Soon people can go back to the other school, which means the education should finish faster again. If they're struggling for staying in school for too long, where they grow into adulthood. But I think we might still have a population decline overall this year, below the last year. I guess we'll see. We have this nice big curve, rather than the sharp, sudden decline. Maybe the extra orphanage can smoothen out that line. I'm okay with a queue in front of the museum. If the cinema gets a queue, then we have a problem, but a queue in front of the museum means people trying to deal with their attraction demand, which is what's happening right now. Some might go here for culture, but yes, we're dealing with the people who want an attraction foremost. And that's really good, because then people have actual space to reduce their religion desire again. Religion sympathy, which was building up when we didn't have enough sports facilities or culture buildings in that area. So overall that should work pretty well. Yes, we will get an extra sports facility. I think the same thing applies for the indoor pool. The indoor pool counts as an attraction building. I'm not sure if the sports hall does. We'll have to wait and see until it's done, and then we can check if that also deals with attraction demand in the sports hall. But yeah, I would like to stabilize population. When we push to 15,000 citizens, I think I'll get the large monuments. I don't think the stroke risk and the stroke prevention and the other one, whatever it was, heart attack and stroke prevention, I don't think they help with health that much, but they certainly reduced ambulance dispatches, which helps with traffic. %, loyalty, and you're almost done with your school education. One more visit, I guess. Probably got here by tram, looks like it. Probably include another orphanage or two into the housing extension once we can have it for the heating plant. Every heating plant basically needs 2 orphanages for how close we've built that. progress on the first tram stop. I'm letting the maintenance buildings help way too much with construction tasks, and they're barely able to keep up with maintaining other structures, which could become a problem. So after this orphanage is done and the rest of the constructions have completed, maybe we need more maintenance facilities. I'm trying to help with that too, but it basically falls into the same category, as in too much work to do right now. Are you still doing stuff? You're like completely obsolete, right? Yeah. You're not doing anything anymore. You were helping with the previous incinerator in the area, and that fell away, but I forgot to repurpose you. We don't need a distribution office here anymore. What we could be setting up is a maintenance facility that helps with the maintenance in the city. "60 extra children saved from being adopted by the outside world," I'll call it. Some of them might be very close to finishing their time into adulthood. Some of them are very young. But nonetheless, it's a win for the Republic. I think the horse carriages have arrived. Looks like it. Just fueling up, feeding. And they'll be ready, and then we'll slowly unassign everything and see if a single distribution office can handle the orphanages and prisons, which shouldn't be a problem. And if there's too many vehicles idling, we'll assign some shopping center to help there as well. Yep, happiness back to 62 and holding. "6,000 people affected by pollution." It's almost our full worker population. So to gauge if the horse carriages will be too busy or not, we want at most 70% of the horse carriages to be busy. So at least one ice wagon should be in here and at least one or two covered hull horse carriages. And of course, for orphanages and prisons, we have the warnings and checkboxes set, where if there's a shortage in supplies, they'll give us a message. Let's let them run for now. Prisons will do after. Let's see. I mean, I don't think this facility will be stressed with that supply demand at all. But just slow change. Slowly move over to the new system. 120 kilograms of bricks will finish the last residential building. And the first tram stop is one construction phase away from being completed. One delivery of steel and electronic components. And we can set up the students going back to the other school, which it'll do automatically. It should balance it between the two schools, basically. Can't reach the other school from here, which is perfect. Because this has the highest capacity in the city, and should accept most of the workers. Well, children. Future workers, I guess. That'll finish the residential building. 2 work days, someone walked onto the construction site and it's done. Let's not allow people with 0% loyalty in here, because I don't want orphans to get a university education. As soon as they drop below 5% loyalty, they won't get an education anymore. They'll get a basic education and just join the workforce. No chance for them getting a university education. It was unlikely in the first place that they would get one. But you know, why not guarantee it, I guess. And orphans can't go to any university, even if we don't have enough secret police, because we always know their loyalty. That one is always known to us. Winter's coming to an end. We've still got a month or so of population decline, potentially. Up to April last year. The graph looks better, but I'm not Not sure I trust it yet. We'll wait and see. It looks pretty good though. Do you have a radio TV? No. We have no electronics in the Republic whatsoever. There are no radios, TVs, or computers at all. Which is one of the goals I've set for myself. It's a 19th century style settlement, shouldn't have any of those things. Because as soon as we give them electronics for radios, they would also be able to get TVs and computers. And I don't want that. We're trying to make a settlement functional with increasing loyalty and somehow make it stable without electronics. Workers and resources, Luddite Republic. No, that's not Luddite Republic, we still have plenty of industry. That's just... Oh, you mean no automation? I'm sure they have automation somewhere, just not in the electronics department. I'm merely jesting. Please follow me into this room. Hello, Burns. Welcome. Steel delivery. Thank you for the follow, Lero. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I think I like the reworked area. It's more density. Maybe a little bit too much between the house and the cinema, but it had to be built that way. There was limited space. Unless we moved the waste storages elsewhere, but I didn't want that. So I'm not sure if we will change the rest up. The tram stops will also probably help again with the distribution of the citizens towards the shopping facilities. Maybe then we won't have any starving people anymore. I'm not sure about the drinking water still, but sure. It's somewhere. I don't know where. Let's do one more look and see if every industry... If there's an industry not hooked up to water. Although then these ones would run. What if I crank you up to maximum range? Because that would clearly indicate that we have a shortage of water somewhere if they start running. But doesn't look like they are. Oh, I take it back. Fire station. Okay. That one. I might have found the building. Okay, I guess that's the reason, huh? The fire station over here doesn't have any water supply. Okay, good to know. We'll see if that disappears now. But yeah, the technical service was able to figure that out for us. And it didn't show up on the technical service? It did, I just didn't pay any attention to it. Okay, good to know. So our firefighters were basically running into huge health issues for working without any water. Supposedly. I think it's just no water, but they don't take the health penalty. Good to see her rubbing off on you. Why? What do you mean? Forgetting to put water somewhere? Yes. Those things do happen. I'm not sure where the water supply is going to come from. Not paying attention. It was one building. One building. I just wanted the fire station here so we could expand the city, but then I stopped. And I don't think they lose health. I think the health loss is only for when it's a residential building. Yeah. Free water supply from the sky also mitigates lack of fire station. That is true. But we can't always guarantee that it's raining when we need a fire station. Oh wow, they're gonna finish the left stop first. Yep, now there's people inside the museum that want culture and not just an attraction building. Sometimes the cinema does get overloaded, I guess. It just needs to spread itself out. It'll balance itself out over time, I'm pretty sure. More construction vehicles, a little bit more traffic delays. As long as we don't have a huge pile of trams in the end station on this side, everything is okay. The sports hall is also almost done. That one we only need for winter. There's a lot of sports facilities, outdoor ones, that are available right now. Even though the indoor pool is still very busy, but I guess it also serves as an attraction building. Or to drink 1.5 liters of alcohol. I guess maybe it serves as an attraction building. No, you did get... yeah, you got an attraction demand instead of alcohol. Okay. That makes sense. Couldn't find any alcohol, so went for a swim in the pool. It looks like the original tram stop will finish first, but it was very close. One of them will handle passengers and one of them will handle students. There's no workers needed on those stops. I mean, we could accept workers too, but only if there's no issues with capacity. No, looks like the other stop will finish first. Unbelievable. We'll get a message soon. Did you hate it when you have to go over to the local Freibad in order to grab a brewski? Yes. It's very terrible. I think they went for a swim instead of getting alcohol. I think that's what was happening. Now the indoor pool mainly serves as an attraction building during summer time, which is nice. Some people will still go here to get sport done, but lots and lots of attraction demand satisfied. Let me know when the sports hall is done, and I want to see if that one does the same thing. Okay, you will get students waiting here, which will alleviate the stress on the other school, I'm pretty sure. And the other stop will have passengers. And if we know and see that there's not too much stress on these, then yes, we can enable workers to. But there's no unemployment, so I don't think we have to do that. Hopefully the amount of students in the schoolyard of this school will start going down as they trickle into the stop instead. And from here they can reach the other school again. Not yet. Need to finish the roads first. I thought it would already be in range, but I guess the accessibility is only from the other direction, not through this footpath. We'll leave this. I'm not gonna upgrade the gravel road here. It can stay the way it is. For now. Until we decide to wholly rework the area. Maybe we can tear down the museum and the pub and put a large shopping center there. And that would then allow us to rework this location. But yeah, not urgent at all. Distribution office for the orphanages is not under too much strain, which looks good. Yep, more population capacity. How is it looking in the population graph since it's April now? Okay, we recovered a lot earlier now. This looks like the extra orphanage has paid itself back tremendously. Plus focusing our workers into the other orphanages helped too. We're back on the status of 1993. And maybe we'll be trending upwards now. One can only hope. It's like looking at a stock ticker. If we get the other orphanage done before next winter, that'll help even more. Way too many people trying to get food in the restaurant. It's way too popular. And you're trying to get some sport done, which you will, I guess, reach, but not do enough sport. Oh, maybe not. You just went home. Okay. Okay, another maintenance building for our construction offices in the city center. What's the idea? One that is not assigned to the assignment groups for our controls. That would have been too nice if that had enough space, I guess. Guess it could be a smaller one. Or we set up a horse maintenance office. That would be the other option. That one has even less space to fit here. Alright, just a regular small construction office. Let me do that again. There we go. And then we hook up the construction office to this road. There we go. Let me know when that is done. It's construction office, maintenance center, I guess. It's only a small one, we already have one of those here. But it can help. Also pick up resources locally from the rail construction office, instead of having to travel all the way outside. So logistics distances are going to be a little bit reduced and shortened. And it can help with maintenance of the steel mill and other facilities as well. Why are you not getting replaced? Is our like... No, you're not full. I guess I'll replace you manually, huh? No idea why it's not working. What's going on here? You got construction waste for some reason. Yep, looks like population is stable at 11.8k. So population growth will kick in again. Don't think we'll get much over 12,500. I mean, it depends. Like, if we get the orphanage up, it'll just immediately start boosting population growth again. These houses should focus on the universities first, which they were doing mostly. But yeah, let's leave the work of the orphanages to the other residential buildings, I guess. The list of maintenance tasks grow. Also, our brick factory is not producing anything because it's undergoing machine replacement. Well, we had 700 tons of bricks stored up. And that should last. Sports enjoyment at 96. I can't believe how much sports enjoyment dropped when we got rid of that indoor pool during winter. That was ridiculous. and how much that one single indoor pool is doing. Getting the extra sports hall will be very helpful. Almost done with the orphanage. Last brick delivery, I guess. A couple more boards. Oh no, apparently that had all the boards. I thought that was a horse carriage. Never mind. Currently last orphanage, finishing construction. No monuments in the area. We could try and bolster loyalty a bit, but I'm kind of thinking that if we have some people with really low loyalty, who guaranteed don't get a university education, that's better for our republic. Now we'll wait and see if people show up in the sports hall for attraction demand, or if they only go there for sport. In the list of buildings, the sports hall does list the pool and beaches as attraction types, so the sports hall should also service that need. Can't believe the indoor pool is worse than a sports hall at dealing with pools and beaches demand. Should be enough workers to finish the construction. So the sports hall, I don't see anyone in here that's getting an attraction demand met. It's all just sport. Whereas a lot of people are getting their attraction demand met inside the indoor pool. Which would make sense. The sports hall shouldn't really be able to deal with pools and beaches demand. That's like a indoor pool exclusive. I guess I'll write that down and ask about that. Probably good to have that corrected. Okay, I'm feeling quite hungry, so the stream is not going to continue for much longer. We're approaching my break time. Which means a lot of people are going to start joining and saying, "Oh, I'm glad we can watch Workers and Resources finally after my work." Maybe not today. Today is Sunday. That would be terrible. feel called out. No, it's not just you. It's not just you. But I always feel bad when it's like, oh, finally I can watch some Workers and Resources. Because I think Workers and Resources streams are a little bit low these days, right? Maybe. Tumbling Satellite's also streaming. At least I guess we would have someone to raid to. Finally work is over. I'm excited to watch some Workers and Resources. Oh no, Mega Monkey, no! It's already Monday for you, and you were like being on moon watching duty. Damn it. How are you still awake? Already awake again? You never sleep. You have like a Twitch connected alarm clock that just goes off when someone mentions the word Workers and Resources in one of your streams, I guess. It's a nice chill contrast to Casualty Unknown. That one feels a little more stressful. True. But here you're like dealing with the death of like thousands of people. It just feels less stressful because we're not dealing with the death of everyone on that scale. Like in our republic, thousands of people die each year. Last year there were 2,500 people dead and 447 escapes. Mayatika Masala. Oh, nice. Does that count as a soup? Then you don't have to worry about cannibalism. Okay, that's stupid. No one will get that reference. No, only people who know Casualty Unknown will get that reference. I take that back. That's gonna be so terrible on the YouTube VOD. What are they talking about? What is he talking about? But yeah, no attraction demand fulfilled in the sports hall. Which is good, then people can focus for sport into the sports hall. And for attraction demand in the other building. No more complaints about polluted or insufficient drinking water. Isn't that nice? So they actually are somewhere. Much better than the station. What station? What? I see. I'll probably get some chicken tikka masala tomorrow, or maybe even... Yeah, tomorrow sounds good. I'm not gonna get it today. I already had takeout yesterday. I'm gonna eat some dry bread. I buy like a loaf of bread and then some of it goes stale and becomes really hard and crunchy, and I kinda like that. I don't know. Tastes like hardtack. It is. Delicious hard sourdough bread. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I think we'll be putting a cut in here. Let's see. Tumbling Satellite should be streaming a little bit longer. It's going into winter. Started in 1920 start, I think. Already has a... wait. I think they started on a pre-populated map. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We will continue Workers and Resources again next week. I don't think I'll do a double stream. I think that is asking for too much. I really want to continue with Workers and Resources right now. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do like, I don't know, would you guys prefer a noon or an afternoon stream? This one was a noon stream for me. I feel like noon is kind of nice, but once work week starts again, then it'll have to be an afternoon stream. Both at the same time. Okay, no more questions from my side for now. We'll rate over to Tumbling Satellite. I'll put that in my Discord as a vote, I guess. Maybe to gauge if people would be extremely in favor or not in favor of one of the two, but my Discord is not really meant for that. We'll see. Maybe I'll put a vote for that up next stream. But yeah, we'll go over to Tumbling Satellite, doing a first look at the early start DLC. Put on your stream often during the morning when working. Ah, okay. I'm not sure if your morning is my noon stream or my afternoon stream, so I'm not 100% sure how to judge that right now, but we'll see. Anyway, Netherlands, so okay, that's same time zone. I see. So it doesn't make any sense, because your morning stream, I don't stream in the mornings. I stream, well, if you count 10, 11 AM morning, I guess, then that is fine. Sometimes, yes. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be raiding over to Tumbling Satellite, same game, same DLC. He's playing for the first time in early start, it looks like, and checking out the content that is available. I'll be back later. Probably casualties unknown, not sure yet. We will see. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.